Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep beneath the misty mountains, in shadowed halls where even the bravest dwarves no longer ventured, ancient stone stirred from slumber. The forgotten chamber, sealed for 7 generations with enchanted locks and solemn oaths, cracked open with a sound like the mountain itself drawing breath. Dust, undisturbed for centuries, danced in a solitary beam of light that had no earthly source. At the chamber's center, upon a pedestal of midnight marble, a crown of impossible craftsmanship began to glow. Made of pure mithril and studded with gems that held galaxies within their facets, the crown of Durin had returned to the waking world. Its call rippled through stone and shadow, crossing leagues and kingdoms, seeking the blood that could claim it. And far away, Princess Kyra Stoneheart felt its summons awaken in her dreams. The eastern gate of Moria stood half-buried in rockfall and wild vines, its once magnificent carvings worn by time and neglect. Before it stood a solitary figure, her travel-stained cloak billowing in the mountain wind. Kyra pulled back her hood, revealing features that blended hard angles with unexpected grace, skin the warm bronze of forge-heated metal, eyes like burnished silver, and hair black as a raven's wing, intricately braided with beads of ancient make. 7 decades in exile, she murmured to the uncaring stone, and now you call me home. At 38, Kyra was young for a dwarf princess, barely into adulthood by her people's reckoning. Yet the lines around her eyes told of burdens carried too early and for too long. When the great collapse had claimed her father's kingdom, she had been spirited away by loyal guards, a child princess destined to wander foreign courts while her birthright gathered dust beneath the mountain. Now, the crown called, no sentries challenged her approach. The cavernous entrance hall, once alive with the echoes of 1,000 hammers and the warm glow of 100 hearths, lay silent and dark. Kyra kindled her lantern, the enchanted flame casting eerie shadows across fallen columns and cracked murals that depicted the glory days of Durin's folk. You walk with impressive confidence for one who treads where dragons have made their nests, came a voice from the shadows, smooth as polished stone. Kyra's axe, Oathkeeper, forged by her grandmother, was in her hand before the final syllable faded. "Show yourself," she commanded, her voice carrying the natural authority of her lineage. From behind a toppled statue stepped a figure that made her grip tighten on her weapon. Tall even for a human, with storm-gray hair, despite features that suggested middle age. The man wore robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver runes that shifted under her gaze. A wizard, without question, but more concerning was his identity. "Zoltar the Banished," Kyra said flatly. "My father's executioner still walks these halls." The wizard inclined his head in acknowledgement, seemingly untroubled by the title. "Your father's judgment was his own, Princess. I merely provided the opportunity for his rashness to express itself." His eyes, unsettlingly pale, almost colorless, studied her with clinical interest. "You've answered the crown's call. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought Durin's blood still strong enough after so much dilution." "Speak of dilution to my axe, usurper," Kyra growled, taking a step forward. Zoltar raised an eyebrow but made no move for the gnarled staff that leaned against the fallen statue. If I wished you harm, Your Highness, I'd have struck before announcing myself. Besides, a humorless smile twisted his lips. I've had decades to claim the crown, yet it remains upon its pedestal. Perhaps that should tell you something about the nature of your prize. Kyra hesitated, the blade of her axe still glinting in the lantern light. What do you know of the crown's awakening? I know it began calling 3 nights ago. I know 7 of your exiled kindred have already answered its summons, ventured into the deep halls, and not returned. And I know the tremors that shake the mountain grow stronger with each attempt. Zoltar retrieved his staff, the crystal at its head glowing softly. I also know the quickest path to the crown chamber, if you're determined to share their fate. Why would you help me, wizard? Call it academic curiosity. Or perhaps, the ghostly smile returned, even a banished wizard can occasionally wish to correct past mistakes. Necessity made strange companions, her father had often said before his fall. With reluctance, Kyra lowered her axe. Lead on, then, but know that Oathkeeper remembers the touch of wizard's blood. The journey through Moria's heart revealed both splendor and devastation. They passed through the legendary feast hall of Thringeld, its 40 columns carved to resemble ancient heroes, now half collapsed and echoing with skittering sounds that suggested creatures best left undisturbed. They skirted the edge of the infamous chasm where the Balrog of Morgoth had fallen in the Second Age, its depths still glowing with malevolent embers. In shadowed corners, Kyra occasionally glimpsed movements that Zoltar advised her to ignore, remnants of experiments and guardians from darker days. "Why did you do it?" Kyra finally asked as they rested beside the still waters of the Mirror Lake, whose surface perfectly reflected the crystal-studded ceiling above. "Why turn against my father after serving as his advisor for decades?" Zoltar gazed into the obsidian waters. "Your father was a wise king until the dragon sickness took him, when he began ordering the dismantling of sacred halls to reach veins of gold, when he demanded that enchanted pillars be broken for the crystals embedded within." "Lies," Kyra interrupted sharply. "My father was stern but just. Is that what your guardians taught you in exile?" Zoltar sighed. "Believe what comforts you, princess. But know that I attempted to prevent his madness with advice, then with magic, and finally with rebellion. I failed on all counts. And yet you survived when thousands didn't." The wizard's colorless eyes met hers. "No, princess. I merely continue walking and talking. Survival is something else entirely." Before Kyra could respond, a deep tremor shook the cavern, ripples spreading across the lake's mirrored surface. Dust and small stones rained from the ceiling. "The crown grows impatient," Zoltar murmured. "We should continue." The crown chamber, when they finally reached it, defied Kyra's expectations. No grand hall encrusted with gold and gems, but a simple circular room carved from living stone, its walls inscribed with runes of such antiquity that even Zoltar confessed ignorance of their full meaning. In the center stood a pedestal of black marble veined with silver, and upon it, the crown of Durin, deceptively simple in design, yet radiating power that made the air itself seem to shimmer. "7 before you have entered," Zoltar said softly. 7 have placed the crown upon their heads. 7 times the mountain has rejected them, burying them in stone. Kyra approached the pedestal slowly. "And you did nothing to stop them. I warned them, as I warn you now. The crown is not what legend claims." The crown caught the light of their lanterns, the mithril gleaming like captured moonlight, the gems pulsing with an inner fire. Kyra felt its call in her blood, an ancestral summons she could no more ignore than she could cease breathing. "What choice do I have?" she whispered, more to herself than her companion. "I am the last. If not me, then Durin's line ends, and with it, any hope of restoration." Zoltar's voice took on an unexpected gentleness. "There are many kinds of restoration, Princess. Not all require crowns." With a deep breath, Kyra lifted the crown from its resting place. It was lighter than she expected, as though crafted from solidified air rather than metal. Slowly, she raised it to her head. The moment the crown touched her brow, pain lanced through her skull. Visions flooded her mind, not of glory and triumph, but of suffering and sacrifice. She saw her ancestors not as idealized figures from tapestries and songs, but as flawed beings who had made terrible choices in the name of duty. Most disturbing of all, she saw her father not as the noble king of her childhood memories, but as a ruler corrupted by power and fear, whose actions had brought doom upon his people. Dimly, she heard Zoltar's warning shout as the chamber began to shake. Cracks spread across the ancient stone, ceiling blocks tumbling around her. Yet through her tears, Kyra saw something extraordinary. Each fallen stone revealed not rubble but light, as though the chamber was merely a shell around a greater reality. "Remove the crown!" Zoltar cried, deflecting a falling block with a hasty spell. "The mountain rejects you." "No!" Kyra gasped, understanding dawning through the pain. Not rejection, revelation. With trembling hands, she pressed the crown more firmly onto her brow, embracing the agony of truth. The chamber's destruction accelerated, walls crumbling to expose not solid rock, but a vast hall of crystal and light that had been hidden within the mountain's heart all along. As the final stones fell away, the tremors ceased. They stood now in a cathedral of living crystal, its proportions impossibly vast, its architecture beyond mortal design. At its center, where the pedestal had stood, now rose a throne of light. Zoltar stared in wonder. "The true kingdom," he breathed. "I thought it merely legend." Kyra felt the crown changing on her brow, its weight becoming a warmth that spread through her entire being. "And not a crown of rulership," she said, understanding at last, "but a key, not a kingdom of stone and gold, but one of vision and truth," Zoltar finished, "the hidden heart of Moria that only the worthy can reveal." From the crystalline depths of the hall, figures began to emerge, the seven who had come before her, not dead but transformed, their eyes now holding the same light that filled the chamber. Behind them came others, hundreds of souls long thought lost to the darkness. "The crown doesn't grant power over others," Kyra realized, tears streaming down her face. "It grants the wisdom to see what truly matters." The oldest of the transformed dwarves stepped forward, his beard glittering with crystal dust. "The kingdom was never lost, Princess. Merely waiting for one who understood that Moria's true treasure was never its mithril or its gems, but its people." As the crown melted into pure light around her head, Kyra understood her true inheritance at last. Not to rule over a kingdom of stone, but to guide a community of souls. Not to rebuild what was lost, but to reveal what had always been waiting, hidden beneath the weight of greed and fear and ancient misconceptions. Beside her, Zoltar knelt, not in subjugation, but in recognition. "It seems, Your Highness, that I backed the right rebellion after all, though I never imagined it would take this form." Kyra extended her hand to the wizard, who had been both her father's enemy and her own reluctant guide. "The true kingdom has room for all who seek wisdom rather than power, Zoltar, even for those with mistakes to correct." Around them, the crystal cathedral pulsed with renewed life, its light spreading outward through forgotten tunnels and abandoned halls, reclaiming Moria not as a mine or a fortress, but as the sanctuary it was always meant to be. The crown of ruins had fulfilled its purpose, not by restoring the old kingdom, but by revealing the truth that had been buried beneath it all along. Story 2. The eternal flame of Moria did not sputter, it did not waver or dim. For 1,000 years, it had burned with unwavering brilliance at the heart of the mountain kingdom, its sacred azure light illuminating the grand chamber with the constancy of a small sun. Generations of dwarves had lived and died beneath its glow, its perpetual fire a promise as immutable as the stone that housed it, until now. Thorian Emberforge knelt before the flame, his apprentice robes pooling around him on the polished obsidian floor. Even with his untrained senses, he could feel the difference, a hesitation in the flame's ancient rhythm, like a heart faltering between beats. Where once the fire had danced with confidence, now it occasionally trembled as though caught in a breeze that could not possibly exist this deep within the mountain. "And you feel it too, then?" Master Baldor's voice echoed from the chamber entrance, his weathered face grave in the blue light. The old dwarf's beard, once flame-red but now streaked with silver, was elaborately braided with ceremonial beads that marked him as High Keeper of the Sacred Fire, the most revered position in Moria outside the King's Council itself. Thorian rose to his feet, embarrassment flushing his cheeks. "Forgive me, Master. I shouldn't be here alone. And yet, here you are." Baldor's keen eyes studied his young apprentice. At 27, Thorian was barely into adulthood by dwarven standards, his own copper beard still short enough to be confined to a single braid. "The flame called to you, did it not?" The question hung in the air, dangerous and weighted with implications. Apprentices did not hear the call of the eternal flame. Only the keepers, chosen from ancient bloodlines and trained for decades, could sense the sacred fire's subtle language. "I dreamt of it 3 nights past," Thorian admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "In my dream, it spoke my name." Rather than the reprimand he expected, Baldor's face showed something far more troubling, a flicker of fear quickly masked by resignation. "Come," the old master said, turning toward a doorway concealed behind a tapestry. "There are things you must know." Beyond the hidden door lay a circular chamber Thorian had never seen before, its walls lined with ancient tomes and scrolls. At its center stood a pedestal bearing a massive book bound in what appeared to be hammered gold. "The Codex of Flame," Baldor said, placing his palm upon the book's cover. "The complete history of the eternal flame and its guardians since the First Age." He turned his gaze to Thorian, suddenly appearing every one of his 400 years. "Tell me, boy, do you know why you were chosen as my apprentice? You, whose family has produced smiths and miners, but never a single keeper." Thorian shifted uncomfortably. "You said you saw potential in me." "Potential, yes, but of a specific kind." Baldor opened the codex, its pages emitting a soft glow. "Your mother's line can be traced back to Durin's day without interruption. But your father's lineage has been obscured deliberately. My father died in the collapse of the Western mines before I was born," Thorian said, confused. "Ooh, what does this have to do with the flame?" "Your father was no simple miner," Baldor replied, turning the book toward Thorian. "He was Kethril Fireblood, last acknowledged heir of the Guardians of the Flame." The page displayed an intricate family tree, its branches illuminated with miniature portraits. And there, on a branch that appeared to have been nearly erased but recently redrawn, was a face strikingly similar to the one Thorian saw in Reflections, the face of a dwarf labeled Kethril, connected by a golden line to Thorian's own much smaller portrait. "The Guardians were thought extinguished during the Shadow Wars," Thorian said, recalling his historical studies. "They were different from the Keepers, not caretakers, but protectors of some kind. The keepers tend the flame's vessel, Baldur explained, but the guardians were those with the blood right to command the flame itself. He closed the book with a heavy sigh. When the flame began to weaken a fortnight ago, I consulted the ancient prophecies. They spoke of a time when the eternal flame would falter, and only one of guardian blood could restore it by gathering the 3 crystals of primordial fire from which the flame was first kindled. The old master's gaze was heavy with sorrow. I had hoped it would not be in my lifetime, or yours. A distant rumble shook dust from the chamber ceiling, followed by another, stronger tremor that caused several scrolls to tumble from their shelves. The weakening of the flame awakens things, Baldur whispered, ancient things that should remain in darkness. Dawn had barely touched the eastern face of the misty mountains when Thorian slipped through Moria's northern gate, a pack of provisions on his back and his father's ceremonial dagger, the only inheritance he had ever known, strapped to his hip. Master Baldur had given him a crude map marking the supposed locations of the 3 crystals of primordial fire, along with the dire warning that the Council of 7, the wizard sages who advised the king, must not learn of his quest. There are those who would prefer the flame extinguished, the old dwarf had warned cryptically. The first crystal was said to lie in the heart of the withered heath, where dragons had made their nests since time immemorial. Thorian had barely traveled half a league from Moria's borders when he became aware of being followed. The subtle displacement of morning mist, the occasional snap of a twig on ground too methodical to be wildlife. His pursuer was skilled, but not infallible. Feigning ignorance, Thorian continued until he reached a small clearing. There, he dropped his pack and drew his dagger in one fluid motion, whirling to face his stalker. Show yourself, or the next sound you hear will be this blade finding its mark. A low, rumbling chuckle answered him as a massive figure emerged from the tree line. Nearly 7 feet tall, with skin the color of weathered oak and tusks that curved from her lower jaw like small ivory daggers. The orc woman regarded Thorian with amusement in her amber eyes. If your aim matches your tracking awareness, little Ember, I would have nothing to fear. She wore armor of midnight leather studded with what appeared to be dragon scales, and the greatsword strapped across her back bore runes that glowed with fell energy. But as it happens, I did not come to fight. Thorian kept his dagger raised. You're Morgath Skullcleaver, he said, recognition dawning, warlord of the eastern clans. Slayer of the Guardians, the very same. She inclined her head in what might have been a gesture of respect. Though in my defense, your guardians attacked my settlement first. Politics makes for poor campfire conversation. Her expression grew serious. I've come because the dreams commanded it. Dreams. 3 nights passed. I saw the blue fire dying. I saw darkness rising from the depths of your mountain, spreading across these lands like a tide. Morgath's hand moved unconsciously to a pendant at her throat. A black stone shot through with veins of blue crystal. And I saw you, dwarf child, standing alone against it. The flames spoke your name. Thorian lowered his dagger slightly, suspicion warring with amazement. Why would an orc warlord heed such a dream? Your people have warred with mine for generations over the flame. The eastern clans would celebrate its extinguishing. Morgath's laugh held no humor. Is that what your council teaches? That we are mindless beasts who hate your fire because it is bright and beautiful? She shook her head, the intricate silver beads woven into her black braids, catching the morning light. We fought because your precious guardians used the flame to forge weapons against us, twisting its purpose from illumination to destruction. She stepped closer, and despite her imposing presence, Thorian sensed no immediate threat. But that is ancient history now. The dreams showed me truth beyond grudges. If the eternal flame dies, the darkness that rises will consume orc and dwarf alike. Even an old warlord can recognize when former enemies must become reluctant allies. A third tremor, stronger than those Thorian had felt in Moria, shook the clearing. From the distant mountain came a sound that raised hackles on both travelers' necks, a keening wail that belonged to no natural creature. Morgoth drew her massive sword in one fluid motion. "The Mordain awaken," she said grimly. Shadow wraiths from the First Age, bound to sleep as long as the flame burned bright. Thorian stared at the mountain that had been his only home, suddenly seeming alien and threatening. "The first crystal is said to lie in the withered heath. It's a 10-day journey north. 8 if we cut through the Whispering Pass," Morgoth corrected, "though few dare that road these days." "Why's that?" The orc warlord's smile revealed rows of sharp teeth. "Oh, because it belongs to my people, Little Ember. But don't worry, you'll be under my protection, more or less." The withered heath lived up to its ominous name, a blasted landscape of volcanic rock and sulphurous pools where little grew besides twisted thorn bushes and sickly lichen. Steam vents erupted at unpredictable intervals, making travel treacherous. But more concerning were the massive depressions in the ashen ground, dragon wallows, some fresh enough that the scale impressions were still clearly visible. "The great drakes have all but vanished from these lands," Morgoth said, as they sheltered in the lee of a massive boulder. "But their lesser kin remain, and they guard their territories jealously. According to Thorian's map, the crystal of Earthfire lay within a cave at the heath's center, marked by twin spires of obsidian. They had spotted the spires shortly before sunset, unnatural formations that rose like black daggers against the reddening sky. "We should wait for morning," Thorian suggested, eyeing the darkening landscape with apprehension. Morgoth shook her head. "Dragonkin are most sluggish after sunset. The darkness is our ally now." As they crept across the barren terrain, Thorian found himself surprisingly comfortable in the orc's company. Despite her fearsome reputation, Morgoth displayed a dry wit and pragmatic wisdom that belied the stories he'd been told of orcish savagery. She spoke of her 5 children with obvious pride and of her clan's struggles to maintain their ancestral territories against both human expansion and the growing darkness from the east. "Not so different from your own folks' concerns," she observed when Thorian noted the similarities. "Perhaps if your council and our elders had shared mead instead of bloodshed, we might not be skulking through dragon territory now." The cave entrance yawned before them, a perfect arch flanked by the obsidian spires. Within, a soft, pulsing glow emanated from the depths. "That would be your crystal," Morgoth whispered. "Though I mislike how easily we've reached it." No sooner had she spoken than a sound like metal grinding on stone echoed from the cave, followed by a blast of heat that nearly knocked them from their feet. From the darkness emerged a creature that defied easy description. Part dragon, part insect, it scuttled forward on 6 segmented legs, its elongated body covered in overlapping plates of chitin that gleamed like burnished copper. Where a dragon's head should have been, a cluster of glowing eyes surrounded a maw filled with rotating teeth. "Drake spawn," Morgoth spat, raising her sword. "Abominations bred in the pits of Morgoth during the Elder Days. I thought them extinct." The creature reared up, revealing a glowing crystal embedded in its thorax, a shard of pure crimson that pulsed like a heart. "The crystal," Thorian breathed. "It's part of the beast." What followed was a battle unlike any Thorian had imagined in his sheltered life within Moria's halls. Morgoth moved with a warrior's grace, her massive blade severing 2 of the creature's legs before she was thrown back by a swipe of its barbed tail. Thorian, armed only with his dagger and desperate courage, darted beneath the monster's guard, seeking a vulnerability in its armored hide. A blast of superheated air from the creature's maw caught him in the shoulder, searing through cloth and into flesh. Pain blinded him momentarily, but in that moment of agony, something awakened in Thorian's blood, a knowledge older than conscious thought. Words in a language he had never studied poured from his lips, and to his astonishment, the flames that had burned him now gathered around his hands like obedient servants. With a cry that echoed his ancestors, Thorian directed the stolen fire back at the drake spawn. The flames penetrated where steel could not, slipping between the creature's armored plates, searing it from within. As it thrashed in its death throes, the crystal of earth fire detached from its flesh, falling to the cavern floor with a sound like a distant bell. Morgath, bleeding from a dozen minor wounds, stared at Thorian with new respect. "Guardian magic," she said, helping him to his feet. "Your blood remembers what your mind was never taught." Thorian cradled the crystal in his unburned hand, marveling at its warm weight. "One down," he said weakly. "Two to go." "And then the true challenge begins," Morgath replied, her expression grim. "For I suspect we both know who orchestrated the flames' weakening in the first place." Thorian nodded, the pieces falling into place. The Council's strange edicts in recent months, Master Baldor's warnings, the carefully erased histories. The Council of Seven has much to answer for. "They believe themselves ready to harness the darkness that rises," Morgath said, binding Thorian's burned shoulder with practiced hands. "They are wrong." As they exited the cave, crystal in hand, the night sky above the withered heath was illuminated by a distant flash of blue, the eternal flame of Moria, visible even at this distance, flickering dangerously. They had little time, and two more crystals to find before they could confront the treachery at Moria's heart. And somewhere in his newly awakened blood memory, Thorian understood the final truth that awaited them, that rekindling the eternal flame would require more than crystals and courage. It would demand a sacrifice neither of them might be prepared to make. Story 3. The voices began at dusk, when the great forges of Moria fell silent, and the last echoes of hammer on anvil faded into the ancient stone. They drifted through the vast halls like autumn leaves, caught in a gentle breeze, barely audible at first, little more than a susurration in the darkness, yet they carried an irresistible allure, a melancholy sweetness that tugged at something primal and forgotten in the hearts of those who heard them. Balder Ironheart stood on the balcony overlooking the Grand Causeway, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the blue flame lanterns that illuminated the massive stone bridge spanning the abyss below. His calloused fingers gripped the railing as he watched his kin, proud, stubborn dwarves of the Silverbeard clan, moving with eerie synchronicity across the bridge. Dozens of them walked in perfect unison, their eyes glazed with an opalescent sheen, their faces slack and peaceful. At the head of this somnambulant procession strode his father, Grimnar, High Smith of the Eastern Forges, his magnificent silver beard now dragging carelessly across the dusty stone. "Father!" Balder's cry echoed through the cavernous space, bouncing back at him from 1,000 angles. None of the walking dwarves so much as twitched at the sound. For 3 nights now, the voices had called. For 3 nights, more and more of Moria's denizens had answered, walking like sleepwalkers toward the deepest, forgotten reaches of the underground kingdom. Only Balder, it seemed, remained untouched by their ethereal command, a fact that filled him with equal parts relief and dread. Was there something wrong with him, that he alone could not hear the beautiful melodies that his clansmen described in the moments before the voices claimed them completely? Drawing his axe, Rune Cleaver, an heirloom of polished steel inlaid with ancestral markings that glowed with a faint azure light, Balder descended the stone stairway that would lead him to the bridge. He had tried before to stop them, to physically restrain his father and the others, only to discover that they possessed unnatural strength in their entranced state. Tonight, he would follow them to their destination, determined to discover what awaited in the ancient depths. He had just set foot on the bridge when a shadow detached itself from the darkness behind a nearby column. Balder whirled, rune cleaver raised, only to find himself facing the strangest creature he had ever encountered in the halls of Moria. She stood nearly 2 heads taller than him, with the lithe, impossible grace of the elven folk. Her skin held the pale luminescence of moonlight, contrasting sharply with armor of midnight leather adorned with silver runes that seemed to shift when viewed directly. A cascade of white gold hair was intricately braided away from a face of severe beauty, framing eyes of such deep violet they appeared almost black in the dim light. At her hip hung a curved blade that seemed to drink in the surrounding light, and across her back was strapped a bow taller than Balder himself. "Lower your weapon, dwarf," she said, her voice carrying the musical lilt of her kind, though edged with steel. "I am not your enemy in this darkness. An elf? In Moria?" Balder kept his axe raised, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "The deep roads have been closed to your kind since the sundering." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "And yet, here I stand. I am Lysandra of the Twilight Covenant, hunter of that which dwells between. For 6 moons, I have tracked these voices across 3 kingdoms, following the trail of empty villages and abandoned outposts. They have never called so boldly before, nor claimed so many." Balder hesitated, then slowly lowered his weapon. "Why can't I hear them? Every dwarf in Moria walks like the dead toward some unknown summons, yet I alone seem immune." Lysandra's penetrating gaze studied him with unnerving intensity. "But that," she said finally, "is precisely what makes you valuable, Balder Ironheart, last waking mind of the Silverbeard clan." She knew his name. Before he could question this, a distant sound rose from the depths beyond the bridge. Not the seductive whispers that had claimed his kin, but a collective moan that raised the hair on Balder's neck. "They've reached the abyssal chamber," Lysandra whispered, her hand moving to her sword. "We must hurry." The journey downward seemed to bend the very laws of stone and space. They descended ancient staircases carved with warnings in languages even Balder, with his scholar's knowledge of tongues, could not decipher. They traversed chambers where luminous fungi cast sickly green light across pools of water so still they appeared as sheets of black glass. Always, they followed the procession of entranced dwarves, staying just far enough behind to remain unnoticed. "How do you know my name?" Balder finally asked as they passed through a colonnade of stone giants, their faces worn smooth by millennia. Lysandra's steps never faltered. "I know the bloodlines of all the ancient families. The Ironhearts have always been different. And different how?" "Your great-grandfather, Thrain Ironheart, what do you know of him?" Balder frowned. "Little enough. He vanished during the mapping of the Western Deeps. His body was never recovered." "He didn't vanish," Lysandra said softly. "He was chosen." Before Balder could demand clarification, they emerged into a vast hemispherical chamber that stole the very breath from his lungs. A perfect half-sphere had been carved from the living rock, its curved ceiling adorned with crystals that mirrored the night sky above the mountain. At the chamber's center rose a dais of obsidian, and upon it stood an arch of such strange geometry that Balder's eyes hurt to follow its curves. Within the arch swirled a vortex of shadow and starlight, neither liquid nor gas, but something in between. And through this impossible portal, the dwarves were walking one by one, their bodies seeming to elongate and dissolve as they passed the threshold. "The Veil Gate," Lysandra breathed, a note of awe in her voice despite her obvious trepidation. The ancient texts spoke truth. Around the portal, shadowy figures moved with fluid grace. At first, Balder thought them simply shadows cast by the entropy of the vortex, but as his eyes adjusted, he saw they possessed a terrible coherence, forms that suggested bodies without quite achieving them, as though someone had sketched the idea of a person in smoke and shadow. "The Whisperers," Lysandra confirmed, notching an arrow to her bow with practiced ease. "Entities that exist partially in our world, partially beyond it. Neither living nor dead, but something in between and hungry for that which they lack." Which is what? Substance, permanence, the solid reality of flesh and bone that your people possess in abundance. A cold dread settled in Balder's stomach as he watched another dwarf step into the vortex, his body seeming to unravel thread by thread. "They're consuming my people, in a manner of speaking. They draw your kind into their realm, where they can experience the physical world through them. A borrowing, they would call it. Theft, I name it." Balder's grip tightened on Runecleaver. "Then we end this now." Lysandra caught his arm with surprising strength. "Not so hastily, dwarf. There is more here than meets the eye. Look." She pointed toward a shadow figure taller than the rest, who stood beside the portal with arms raised in what appeared to be a gesture of welcome or benediction. "Their leader approaches." As the shadow turned, Balder felt a shock of recognition course through him, though he could not have explained why. The entity seemed to sense his presence, its featureless head tilting in a gesture disturbingly reminiscent of curiosity. Then it glided toward them with unnatural speed. Lysandra's arrow flew true, but passed harmlessly through the shadow's form, disrupting it momentarily before it reconstituted itself mere yards away. "Iron and stone," the shadow spoke, its voice resonating not through the air but directly in Balder's mind. "Blood of my blood, at last you have come." "What are you?" Balder demanded, raising Runecleaver defensively before him. "What have you done with my people?" The shadow figure seemed to expand, darkness flowing outward like ink in water. "We are the Forgotten, the first shapers, the architects of Moria." Each title brought with it a flashing image in Balder's mind. Dwarves in ancient garb carving the first halls, raising mighty pillars, kindling the sacred forge fires. "And you, Balder Ironheart, are our salvation." With a gesture like a conductor beginning a symphony, the shadow caused the air between them to ripple. The chamber around them seemed to blur, and suddenly Balder saw the same space overlaid with another reality. A chamber filled with dwarves in archaic robes, standing around a blazing magical circle, their faces contorted in concentration as they performed some complex ritual. "We sought to harness the power of the mountain's heart," the shadow continued, its mental voice resonating with ancient regret, "to create a realm between realms, where we could craft wonders beyond the constraints of ordinary stone. But the ritual faltered. Our bodies remained here, trapped in the between space, while our spirits became unmoored. For centuries we have existed thus, neither fully here nor there, watching our greatest creation flourish without us." "If what you say is true," Balder said, lowering his axe slightly, "then the voices, the calling. We call to our descendants, seeking vessels, yes, but not to consume, to remember. Each dwarf who crosses the threshold grants us a few precious hours of physical sensation, of memory, of connection to the world we created. We borrow their forms briefly before returning them. Their minds filled with dreams of ancient glory, they interpret as whispered temptations. Lysandra stepped forward, her bow still ready. You expect us to believe you return them unharmed. The villages I found were empty. Elf friend, no dwarf returned from your borrowing. The shadow seemed to sigh, a ripple passing through its form. The Outlanders. Yes. Those not of Moria's bloodlines cannot withstand the transition. Their minds fracture, their bodies wander. A regrettable necessity in our search for one who could truly hear us. One with the ancient blood strong enough to bridge the worlds. One like him. The shadow pointed at Balder. With sudden clarity, Balder understood why he alone had been immune to the voices. You couldn't call me, because I'm already connected to you. Through my blood. Through Thrain. Your great-grandfather recognized us for what we were, the shadow confirmed. He volunteered to join us, to strengthen our tenuous hold on reality, hoping to eventually find a way to free us. Now, after generations, his bloodline has produced one strong enough to complete the task. Lysandra's voice cut like ice. And what task would that be, Shadow Dweller? The entity turned toward her, its form rippling with what might have been indignation. To end our exile, of course, to complete the ritual properly, creating a stable bridge between worlds, to free the founders of Moria from their ethereal prison. At what cost? Balder asked, a cold certainty forming in his chest. What happens to Moria if this ritual succeeds? The silence that followed confirmed his fears before the shadow finally answered. The kingdom as it exists now would change. Reality would become fluid where the two realms intersect. Stone would answer to thought as readily as to hammer and chisel. Time would flow differently. It would be glorious, a new age of wonders. Or the destruction of everything my people have built for generations, Balder countered. You offer transformation at the price of annihilation. The shadow's form darkened, tendrils of deeper blackness coiling within it. You would deny your own ancestors. The very creators of the realm you call home. Balder felt the weight of history pressing upon him, the expectations of generations, the blood of the founders flowing through his veins. Yet he also thought of the solid reality of Moria, the perfect geometry of its arches, the comforting permanence of stone, the rhythmic certainty of hammer on anvil. I honor what you were, he said finally, straightening to his full height. But I must protect what we have become. With a roar that shook dust from the distant ceiling, Balder swung Rune Cleaver in a wide arc. The enchanted blade, forged in the ancient tradition with runes of binding and banishment, sliced through the arch of the Veil Gate. Impossibly, the metal connected with stone, sending a shower of sparks and shadow essence erupting from the impact point. The shadow leader lunged toward him with a silent scream of rage, but Lysandra was faster. She fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, each shaft wrapped with glowing sigils, directly into the vortex itself. Where they penetrated, the swirling entropy briefly stabilized, creating pockets of normal space within the chaos. The binding words. Balder! Lysandra shouted above the rising tempest of shadow and energy. Oh, your blood gives you the right to speak them. Though he had never heard them before, Balder found the words rising to his lips as naturally as his own name. Ancient Khazad syllables, harsh yet melodic, poured forth as he struck the arch again and again with his ancestral weapon. With each impact, the runes on the axe blade flared brighter, responding to the power in his voice. The shadow figures swirled around them in a frenzy, some attacking, others fleeing toward the destabilizing portal. Lysandra stood at Balder's back, her enchanted blade now drawn, slicing through shadow substance wherever it coalesced enough to threaten them. With a final mighty blow, Balder split the keystone of the arch. A deafening silence fell, followed by an implosion of light and darkness that knocked both dwarf and elf to the ground. When they regained their senses, the portal was gone, and with it the shadow figures. Where the arch had stood, a simple stone doorway now led to a chamber beyond, where the dazed forms of hundreds of dwarves were slowly regaining consciousness, Balder's father among them. "You did not destroy them," Lysandra said quietly, collecting her scattered arrows, "merely severed their connection to this specific threshold. They will find another way in time." Balder stared at the ordinary stone that had replaced the impossible geometry of the Veil Gate. "Then we will be waiting, with knowledge instead of ignorance, with reverence instead of fear." He ran a hand over the runes of his axe, their glow now faded to a subtle shimmer. "They are our ancestors, after all." "And the cost?" Lysandra asked, her violet eyes searching his face. "The wonders they promised." Balder turned to watch as his father helped a fellow dwarf to his feet, both of them bewildered but whole. Perhaps some wonders are better approached slowly, with hammer and chisel, rather than conjured in an instant. That has always been the dwarf way. As they walked among the recovering dwarves, Balder thought he heard, just at the edge of perception, a whispered acknowledgement, not a call this time, but a reluctant benediction, and somewhere deep in his blood, in the connection that had both protected and marked him, he felt the presence of his ancestors recede like a tide, not vanquished, but waiting, patient as stone, enduring as memory. In the shadows of Moria, the Whisperers would watch and remember, and perhaps, someday, understand. Story 4. In the shadowed depths of Moria, beyond the grand halls and gilded chambers known to common folk, there existed a sanctuary of hushed reverence, the Hall of Weavers. Here, beneath vaulted ceilings where crystal shards captured and fractured light into 1,000 prismatic beams, the most gifted artisans of the realm practiced their sacred craft. Their looms stood tall as monuments, and their threads, spun from materials few could name and fewer still could obtain, shimmered with possibilities yet unborn. Among them worked Elendor Silverhand, the youngest apprentice taken into the ancient order in 3 centuries. With fingers more delicate than a whisper against stone, he threaded his loom under the watchful eye of Master Thorgrim, whose beard had grown white with the weight of destinies woven and unwoven across 9 decades of faithful service to the crown. "Careful with the golden threads, boy," Thorgrim muttered, his voice gravelled with age. "Each strand carries the potential of a king's rise or a kingdom's fall." Elendor nodded, his midnight blue eyes focused on the intricate pattern taking form before him. The tapestry depicted the midsummer festival, still weeks away, with its traditional offering to the ancient spirits of the mountain. According to custom, the weavers always created futures of prosperity and harmony, reinforcing the desired path of the realm through their art. Yet as Elendor's hands moved across the loom, something extraordinary occurred. The threads beneath his fingers began to glow with an inner light. The sapphire filaments, representing the sacred waters of Lake Mirrormere, rippled as though disturbed by an unseen wind. And most alarming of all, Elendor could see, truly see, the festival scene playing out within the weave, moving and breathing as though the tapestry had captured not just an image, but the very essence of the event itself. "Master," he whispered, fingers trembling above the animated threads. "The water moves." Thorgrim leaned forward, roomy eyes narrowing. "What nonsense are you?" His words died as he witnessed the impossible. Within the tapestry, tiny figures danced around ceremonial fires, musicians played silent melodies, and the waters of the depicted lake shimmered beneath a woven moon. The old master stumbled backward, fear etching deeper lines into his ancient face. Heresy, he breathed, the word falling heavy as a stone into the silent chamber. You practice forbidden magic, boy. No, I merely wove as you taught me, Elendor protested, but the damage was done. Thorgrim's cry had drawn the attention of the other weavers, who gathered with expressions ranging from horror to disgust. The ancient texts speak of such abominations, hissed Mistress Valda, her silver-streaked hair escaping its tight coils. Weavers who could breathe life into the threads, reality shapers who nearly destroyed the First Kingdom with their hubris. By nightfall, Elendor stood before the Council of Seven. The tapestry evidence of his alleged crime spread before them. The sentence came swiftly: exile beyond the Eastern Gate, forbidden to practice the weaver's craft again upon pain of death. As dawn broke over the misty peaks of the Misty Mountains, Elendor crossed the threshold of his homeland, a bitter wind cutting through his thin cloak. In one hand, he clutched a small bundle of possessions. In the other, secretly wrapped in oilcloth, he held 3 precious skeins of thread, silver, gold, and a mysterious midnight blue that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it. 3 seasons passed. Elendor wandered the wilderness beyond Moria's borders, surviving on foraged roots and occasional charity from travelers who took pity on the gaunt young dwarf with haunted eyes. With each passing day, the ache to weave grew within him, a physical yearning that sometimes woke him gasping in the night, fingers working invisible threads in the darkness. It was during the first heavy snowfall of winter that Elendor, seeking shelter from the biting cold, discovered the cave, unremarkable from without. Its interior opened into a sprawling network of chambers that bore unmistakable signs of habitation, albeit ancient ones. Faded runes carved into the walls spoke of glory and refuge, and in the deepest chamber, illuminated by a strange phosphorescence emanating from fungal growths along the walls, stood a loom. Not just any loom, but one carved from a material black as a starless night, inlaid with runes of silver that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Before it sat an impossibly old dwarf, his beard so long it pooled on the stone floor around his feet like a river of white silk. His hands moved with deliberate precision across a tapestry of breathtaking complexity, depicting scenes Elendor recognized from ancient legends: the forging of Durin's axe, the sealing of the Western Mines, the Great Dragon War. And like Elendor's own ill-fated creation, these scenes lived. Either approach or depart, young one. The ancient dwarf spoke without turning, his voice surprisingly strong. The draft from the tunnel entrance disturbs my threads. Elendor stepped forward, drawn by a compulsion beyond his control. You're weaving. It moves. As does yours. Elendor Silverhand, exiled for the crime of true weaving. Now the old one turned, revealing eyes clouded with blindness, yet somehow piercing in their gaze. I am Carizoth, once High Weaver of Moria, now called the Mad, the Banished, the Threadbreaker. And I have been waiting for you. Carizoth's tale unfolded over many nights, 500 years prior, during the devastating Dragon War that nearly consumed all 7 dwarf kingdoms. He had attempted to weave a tapestry that would alter the course of the conflict, not merely as symbolic representation as the weavers had been reduced to in modern times, but as actual manipulation of reality itself. The gift was ancient even in my day, Carizoth explained, gnarled fingers demonstrating a complex knotting technique that made the woven flames in his tapestry flare higher. The first weavers didn't merely record destiny, they wrote it. Our order was founded not to create pretty wall hangings, but to defend the very fabric of our world against those who would unravel it. Unravel it? Elendor asked, watching in fascination as strands of silk became liquid fire under Carizoth's touch. The old weaver's face darkened. There exists in this world an ancient evil, older than dragon fire or mountain stone. The primordial dragon, Azurath, who was not merely a beast of flame and scale, but a destroyer of realities. The dragons we know today are but pale shadows of this entity, which feeds on possibility itself. Over subsequent weeks, Elendor trained under Karizoth's exacting tutelage, learning the forgotten language of true weaving, how certain knots could bind outcomes, how the tension of the threads determined the strength of probability, how colors carried the essence of elements and emotions. His talent blossomed like a rare mountain flower, his fingers dancing across the loom with increasing confidence. Then came the night when Karizoth, head tilted as though listening to distant voices, stiffened with alarm. "They have found it," he whispered, horror etching deeper lines into his ancient face. "The corrupted tapestry." According to Karizoth, before his exile, he had created a masterwork, a tapestry depicting Azurath's final defeat. But in his haste and desperation, he had made a critical error in the pattern. Instead of binding the primordial dragon, the flawed tapestry had merely suspended it between realities, creating a doorway that, if discovered, could be used to bring the ancient evil back into the world. The tapestry was sealed away in the forbidden archives, Karizoth said, gathering his few possessions with trembling hands. But someone has breached the seals. I can feel the threads beginning to unravel. That night, they slipped through forgotten tunnels that Karizoth had mapped during his centuries of exile, finding their way back into the lower reaches of Moria. The kingdom had changed in Elendor's absence. An eerie silence hung over formerly bustling corridors. Shadows seemed to move with purpose along the walls, and several times they glimpsed ordinary dwarves walking with blank expressions, their eyes filmed over with an opalescent sheen. "Thread taken," Karizoth murmured. "The corruption has already begun." They reached the grand entrance to the Hall of Weavers, only to find its magnificent doors hanging broken from their hinges. Inside, chaos reigned. Looms lay shattered, tapestries smoldered in heaps of ash, and in the center of the chamber stood a single intact work, a massive tapestry that rippled and distorted like the surface of a troubled pond. Within its weave, visible through what appeared to be a tear in reality itself, coiled a monstrous form of iridescent scales and countless eyes. Before the tapestry stood Thorgrim, Elendor's former master, though little remained of the dwarf he had known. Thorgrim's body had elongated, his skin taking on a scaled texture, his fingers now ending in talons that plucked purposefully at the threads of the corrupted masterwork. "You returned too late, old one." Thorgrim's voice resonated with harmonics no dwarf throat could produce. "The unmaking is already begun." Karizoth pushed Elendor behind a fallen loom. "There is only one way to counter this," he whispered urgently. "We must weave a new reality, here and now. I have brought threads." He pressed into Elendor's hands a bundle of filaments that hummed with power. "But my fingers are too stiff, my eyes too blind. It must be you, Elendor. You must weave directly into reality itself." Understanding dawned. Without a loom, without even a frame, Elendor would have to manipulate the threads of destiny with nothing but his bare hands and raw talent. As Karizoth created a distraction, challenging his former friend with ancient words of power, Elendor began to weave. His fingers moved with supernatural speed, twisting the living threads into complex patterns that he somehow knew by instinct. The air around his hands shimmered as reality itself became his loom, the very fabric of existence bending to accommodate his creation. Thorgrim, or the entity wearing his form, sensed the counterweaving and lunged toward Elendor with a roar that shook dust from the distant ceiling. But it was too late. The pattern was complete. As the creature's claws descended toward his throat, Elendor pulled the final thread tight. Light exploded through the chamber. The corrupted tapestry froze, its rippling surface suddenly crystallized. Within its weave, the monstrous form of Azarath contorted in silent rage, once again trapped between possibilities. But victory came at terrible cost. As the blinding light faded, Elendor looked down to find his own hands transparent, his body becoming insubstantial where it connected with the threads of his weaving. The price of weaving without a loom, Karizoth said softly, tears tracking down his weathered cheeks. "Oh, you have bound yourself into the pattern." Elendor nodded, a strange peace settling over him as he felt his consciousness expanding, spreading along the threads he had woven into the fabric of Moria itself. He was becoming part of every stone, every shadow, every whispered legend of the kingdom. "Tell them," he said, his voice already sounding distant to his own ears. "Tell them the true purpose of the weavers." As the last of Elendor's physical form dissolved into threads of light that spread throughout the chamber, Karizoth knelt among the ruins of the Hall of Weavers. Around him, dwarves were awakening from their enthrallment, confusion giving way to wonder as they beheld the shimmering patterns of light now embedded in the very stone of their kingdom. "And I will tell them," the ancient weaver promised the empty air, knowing Elendor could hear him through the very threads of reality. "And this time, they will remember." High above, in the grandest chamber of Moria, the king's most prized tapestry, a centuries-old masterwork depicting the founding of the kingdom, changed. A new figure appeared in its intricate weave, a young dwarf with midnight blue eyes and hands that shaped destiny itself. Story 5. The ancient halls of Moria trembled. Deep beneath the mountain, where shadows danced on walls older than memory, the earth itself shuddered with a primal fear. Lyra Stoneheart steadied herself against a carved archway as fine dust cascaded from the ceiling, the particles catching the pale blue light of her crystal lantern. This was the third tremor this week, each stronger than the last, each carrying whispers of doom that even the stones seemed to understand. "The elders say it's nothing more than the mountain settling," said Brimbor, her master and one of the few remaining geomancers of the Eastern Halls. But mountains don't forget their shape after standing for 10,000 years," Lyra nodded, her amber eyes scanning the ancient dwarven runes carved into the archway beneath her fingers. At 20 summers, she was the youngest geomancer in generations, gifted with the rare ability to read the memories trapped in stone. As the tremor subsided, a strange sensation pulsed through her fingertips, not the usual dormant memories of ancient craftsmanship, but something urgent, something awake. "Master, these runes, they're different." Her voice echoed in the empty corridor. "They're vibrating with a message." Brimbor raised his lantern higher, his weathered face creasing with concern as he studied the inscription. "These weren't here yesterday. The stone is revealing itself." Together they traced the freshly emerged glyphs, a script so ancient it predated the common runic alphabet of the Mountain Kingdom. As Lyra's fingers connected with the final symbol, the world around her dissolved into vision. 7 colossal pillars of crystalline stone, pulsing within a light, each bearing marks similar to those beneath her touch. 3 stood darkened, cracked, their light extinguished. A 4th flickered dangerously. She gasped as the vision released her, stumbling backwards into Brimbor's steadying grip. "The pillars of creation," she whispered. "They're failing." By dawn, the council chamber was filled with the kingdom's leaders, dwarf elders with beards braided with precious metals, human ambassadors in fine robes, and even a delegation of the usually reclusive deep elves. Lyra stood before them, uncomfortable under their scrutiny as she explained her vision. "The ancient texts in the Forbidden Archives speak of these pillars," said Eldrin, the chief archivist, his voice thin with age. "7 columns carved from the living heart of the mountain during the First Age. They were said to anchor not just the physical structure of Moria, but its very essence, its history, its reality." "Myths and children's tales," scoffed Lord Durin VII, his gold-threaded beard quivering with disdain. "We need engineers, not fables." "Then explain why sections of our written histories have begun to fade from their parchments," Eldrin challenged, unfurling a scroll that contained nothing but ghostly imprints where once text had been. Or why entire families no longer remember their ancestors beyond 3 generations. The collective memory of Moria is unraveling, just as the legends foretold would happen if the pillars weakened. A heavy silence fell over the chamber, broken only when the massive iron doors swung open with a haunting groan. A tall figure entered, hooded and cloaked, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. When he lowered his hood, several councillors gasped at the distinctive grey-green skin and tusked jawline of Orcish heritage. "Thorn, Shadowbane," Lord Durin growled, half rising from his throne. "You dare enter these halls after what your legion did at the Battle of Azanulbiza?" The half-orc warrior knelt with one fist pressed to the stone floor, his voice a rumble that seemed to vibrate through the chamber. "I come bearing knowledge, not conflict. I was there when the Western Pillar fell 50 years ago. My father's warband believed it was merely a support column of unusual beauty. We did not understand what we had done until it was too late." He raised his head, revealing eyes of startling amber, the same shade as Lyra's own. "When the pillar shattered, something happened. All of us who were present began to forget. Our childhoods, our purposes, even our hatred. Some went mad from the loss. I alone seemed partially immune, though I lost much." Thorn stood, towering over even the tallest humans present. 3 pillars have fallen, and I have tracked each collapse. The same signs precede each. Earthquakes, emerging runes, memories fading. The 4th pillar now shows these omens. If the pattern holds true, soon all of Moria will exist only as a shadow in the minds of those who once loved it. Lyra stepped forward, drawn by a certainty she couldn't name. "The runes I found contained a map. I can find the remaining pillars." "And do what, child?" asked Eldrin gently. "Even if you locate them, we know not how to strengthen them." "I will go with her," said Thorn, his declaration causing another ripple of mutters through the council. "My blood oath to restore what my kin destroyed remains unfulfilled. Besides," he added with a grim smile that exposed his tusks, "she will need protection from the Guardians." "Guardians?" Lyra asked. "Each pillar is warded by an elemental force. Earth, fire, water, air, light, darkness, and spirit. The fundamental energies bound into Moria's creation. They will not surrender their charges easily." Dawn had barely brushed the eastern slopes of the Misty Mountains when Lyra and Thorn set out, descending into passages so ancient that even the dwarven elders had forgotten their existence. The map, revealed by the runes, led them through natural caverns where crystals sang with harmonic tones when past underground lakes of impossible blue where blind silver fish darted like living mercury. Thorn moved with surprising grace for one of his size, his twin axes, grief and memory, he called them, strapped across his broad back. He spoke little, but when he did, Lyra glimpsed the depth of his knowledge about Moria's shadowed corners. "Why do you have the same eyes as me?" she finally asked on the 3rd day, as they made camp beside an underground river. Thorn stared into the depths of their small fire. "The mark of those touched by the pillars. Magic," he said softly. My father had eyes black as coal until the day the western pillar fell. When I pulled him from the rubble, they had changed to this." He gestured to his amber irises. "I've been yours." "I was born with them," Lyra replied. "My mother said it marked me as a true geomancer, one who could speak with stone rather than merely listen." Thorn nodded, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps that is why the mountain revealed its secret to you. It recognized one of its own." On the fourth day, they found the first intact pillar, a towering column of translucent stone that seemed to contain a universe of stars within its crystalline matrix. It rose from floor to ceiling in a vast chamber adorned with mosaics depicting the creation of Moria. Before they could approach, the ground between them and the pillar erupted. A creature formed from the very bedrock rose before them, its body composed of shifting stone plates, eyes glowing with geothermal fire. "The Earth Guardian," Thorn growled, drawing his axes. "I'll distract it. You reach the pillar." The battle was fierce but brief. Thorn's enchanted axes could harm the creature, but for every wound he inflicted, the Guardian regenerated from the surrounding stone. Lyra darted around the chamber's perimeter, seeking an opening. When she reached the pillar, instinct guided her hands to specific points along its surface. As her fingers connected with the ancient stone, knowledge flooded her mind, not just of the pillar's purpose, but of what it contained. "Thorn, wait!" she cried out. "The Guardians aren't our enemies." Her voice froze both warrior and elemental in mid-combat. The Guardian turned its molten gaze upon her, intelligence evident in its fiery eyes. "The pillars were not built to support Moria," Lyra continued, the revelation unfolding within her as she spoke. "They were built to contain something. The runes speak of the primordial, a being that existed before the mountain, before the kingdoms of elf or dwarf or man." The Guardian lowered its rocky arms, nodding slowly. "But they're failing," she continued. "And with each pillar that falls, the cage weakens. The memories that vanish, they're not disappearing, they're being consumed." Thorn approached cautiously, axes still ready. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that strengthening the pillars means continuing an imprisonment that has lasted ages. But allowing them to fall means releasing something ancient and unknown into our world." Lyra pressed her palms flat against the pillar, feeling the energies swirling within. The primordial is awake now, and it hungers for what was taken from it. The stories, the lives, the very essence of Moria itself. Over the following weeks, they located the remaining intact pillars, each guarded by its elemental warden, each revealing more of the truth. The primordial had not been evil, merely incomprehensible to the founders of Moria. Fearing its alien power, they had bound it within a prison of 7 aspects, each pillar containing a fragment of its essence. When they reached the 6th pillar, a column of pure darkness that absorbed all light, they found it already cracking, spider-webbed fissures running through its obsidian surface. "We must decide," Thorn said grimly. "Restore the prison or complete the release." As Lyra placed her hands upon the fracturing pillar, the final vision came to her. Moria, not as a kingdom of stone halls and mined wealth, but as a living entity, a realm where reality flowed like water, where creation itself was an ongoing act rather than a fixed state. She saw the founders' fear of such fluid possibility, their desire for permanence driving them to crystallize potential into rigid form. "The primordial is not our enemy," she whispered. "It's creation itself, bound and fettered. What we call Moria is but a shadow of what could be." The final tremor began then, the most powerful yet. As the 6th pillar shattered beneath her touch, Lyra made her choice, not to fight the change, but to guide it. She reached for Thorn's hand, their amber eyes meeting in understanding. Throughout Moria, the remnants of the pillars crumbled simultaneously, but instead of destruction, a transformation rippled outward. The mountain did not collapse, it awakened. Stone flowed like water, reshaping itself. Memories long forgotten returned, not as they had been, but enriched and vivid. The dwellers of Moria found themselves remembering not just their own pasts, but the very birth of the mountain itself. And in the heart of what had once been the seventh pillar's chamber, Lyra and Thorn stood before a being of light and possibility, its form constantly shifting, its voice the song of creation itself. Not prison or freedom, Lyra said softly, partnership. The primordial's response came not in words, but in transformation. Moria would never again be merely a kingdom carved from stone, but a living realm where past and future danced together, where memory became creation, and where the pillars that once divided now united all that dwelled within the awakened mountain. Story 6. The first note was barely perceptible, a whisper carried on autumn wind, threading through the emerald canopy of Eldoria's ancient forest. By the second day, the melody had deepened, resonating through root and soil, calling birds from their nests and stilling the chattering streams. By the third day, when the haunting dirge reached the outlying villages, even the most magic-deaf travelers felt its mournful vibration in their bones. The ancestral trees of Eldoria, thousand-year sentinels with consciousness as deep as their roots, were singing, and their song was one of impending doom. Uria Willowsong knelt beside a gnarled oak at the forest's edge, her slender fingers pressed against its weathered bark. Unlike the villagers who covered their ears or the merchants who hastened their caravans away from the eerie chorus, Arya leaned closer, her forehead touching the ancient wood as tears slipped down her cheeks. She alone understood the words, woven into the melodic lamentation. "Uda the Devourer stirs beneath," she whispered, the last living druid of her order translating the sylvan tongue. "The earth trembles with its hunger. The roots can no longer bind what darkness has awakened." Rising to her feet, Arya clutched the crystal pendant that hung around her neck, the final gift from her murdered mother. Its surface caught the dappled sunlight, refracting it into patterns too precise to be natural. Within its facets, 4 distinct chambers pulsed with dormant energy, one blazing amber, one sapphire blue, one emerald green, and one pearlescent white. The elemental fragments, her inheritance and burden. The massacre of the Druidic Council 7 summers past had left Arya alone with fragmented knowledge and a destiny she barely comprehended. Now, as the trees sang their warning, the crystal grew warm against her skin, confirming what she had always feared. Her time of hiding was over. Across the 4 realms of Moria, the song manifested differently. In the volcanic kingdom of Ignis, forges suddenly burned cold, despite roaring flames. In the coastal citadels of Aquatica, tides reversed without warning. Throughout the floating islands of Etheria, wind patterns shifted, sending skyships careening into unfamiliar territories. And within the crystal caves of Terralith, precious gems began to weep mysterious fluid that hardened into black pearl. Prince Kaelan Frostfire stood atop the highest tower of Phoenix Keep, his crimson cloak snapping in the unnaturally chill wind. At 25, he bore the weight of Ignis's crown with reluctant shoulders, having ascended after his father's mysterious death. The court astrologers and mages bustled around him, their expressions grim as they delivered reports of cooling volcanoes and failing hearth fires throughout the kingdom. "Your Highness," ventured Lord Peraxis, the elderly royal pyromancer, "this is no natural occurrence." "The elemental balance shifts," Kaelan nodded, his amber eyes fixed on the distant horizon where the edge of the whispering forest could be seen. "Has there been word from the other realms?" "Ignis stands alone, as always," Pyraxis replied with practiced disdain. "After the elemental wars, why would the water dwellers or wind riders come to our aid? And the earth shapers have sealed their caves to outsiders for a generation." A muscle tightened in Kalen's jaw. 300 years of hostility between the realms could not be undone by a strange song and cooling fires. Yet something within him, perhaps the same ancestral intuition that made him a master of flame, whispered that isolation would doom them all. "Prepare my personal guard," he commanded. "I ride for the whispering forest." Pyraxis blanched. The forest. But sire, the druids. The druids are dead," Kalen interrupted sharply, old guilt flaring behind his eyes. "By my family's hand, as you well know. But if answers exist, they lie where the song began." Arya's journey along the ancient ley lines had taken her from the heart of Eldoria to its borders, where the great forest gave way to volcanic plains. The earth beneath her felt wrong, feverish and restless, as though something massive shifted in slumber far below. The ancestral trees had named it the World Devourer, but their song held fragments of deeper truth that eluded even her understanding. She needed the elemental guardians, the 4 bloodlines chosen eons ago to balance the primal forces of Moria. But the guardians no longer recognized themselves, their heritage forgotten amid centuries of war and political maneuvering. Only the royal houses retained some vestige of their elemental power, though they wielded it as a tool of division rather than harmony. As twilight descended, Arya made camp beneath a solitary ash tree, one of the forest's outriders standing sentinel on foreign soil. She removed a leather-bound journal from her satchel, its pages filled with her mother's flowing script and illustrations of an ancient ritual chamber deep beneath the forest, the roots of the world, where the 4 elements had once converged in balance. The snap of a twig brought her to her feet. Staff, raised defensively. From the gathering shadows emerged a contingent of soldiers in crimson armor, the phoenix emblem of Ignis emblazoned on their breastplates. At their center rode a figure whose presence seemed to warm the very air around him, tall and broad-shouldered, with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes like twin flames. "Prince Kalen," Arya breathed, her voice hardening as recognition dawned. "Have you come to finish what your father started? To eliminate the last witness to your family's treachery?" The prince dismounted, his movements graceful despite his armor. He approached with open palms, though Arya noted how the flames of her small campfire leaned toward him like flowers seeking sunlight. "I come seeking answers, not vengeance," he replied, his voice deeper than she had imagined. "The flames of Ignis grow cold, the forges fail. And there is a song on the wind that chills the blood." "The ancestral trees sing of awakening doom," Arya confirmed, her staff still raised. "But why would the crown prince of Ignis, whose father slaughtered my people, seek a druid's counsel?" Something like shame flickered across Kalen's features. "Because I have reason to believe my father was deceived, as we all have been. The elemental discords run too deep, too perfectly orchestrated, to be mere historic chance." He reached for a leather pouch at his belt and withdrew a fragment of crystal identical in form to Arya's pendant, though his held only the amber chamber, pulsing with fiery light. Arya's breath caught, the shard of flame, thought lost during the elemental wars. "Where did you get that?" she demanded. "It has passed through my line since the first convergence," he answered, "as yours contains all 4 elements in dormant form, does it not?" Her hand instinctively covered her pendant. "How could you possibly know that?" because for weeks I have dreamed of a chamber beneath the forest, where 4 thrones stand empty and a darkness seethes below, Kaelin replied. Oh dear, and in these dreams you are there, with the crystal that can unite what was sundered. Their uneasy alliance formed under necessity's blade. Together they journeyed first to Aquatica, where they found Princess Lyra Tidespeaker battling rogue waves that threatened to submerge her coastal kingdom. Like Kaelin, she possessed a crystal shard, sapphire blue, and had experienced the same prophetic dreams. In the floating isles of Etheria, the wind-born Prince Zephyr reluctantly joined their company, his pearlescent shard pulsing with increasing urgency as the atmospheric disturbances worsened. And in the crystal caves of Terralith, they convinced the reclusive Queen Terra to emerge from isolation, her emerald shard completing their quartet. Yet even as the elemental guardians reunited for the first time in centuries, the symptoms of imbalance accelerated. Earthquakes rattled the foundations of ancient cities. Hurricanes formed over desert lands. Volcanoes frozen for millennia threatened to erupt. The song of the ancestral trees grew so intense that it resonated in the very marrow of all living creatures. Following Arya's guidance, they traveled to the heart of the whispering forest, where the eldest of the ancestral trees, the great Mother Oak, had stood since time immemorial. Beneath its massive roots, a hidden passage led deep into the earth, following the tree's taproot down to a vast underground chamber, the roots of the world. Crystal formations illuminated the cavern with prismatic light, revealing 4 ancient thrones arranged in a circle around a central well. The well's depths glowed with shifting shadows, as though something massive moved within its confines. The prison of the world devourer, Arya explained, her voice echoing in the vast space. Not a creature of flesh, but an entity born of our discord. Every conflict, every betrayal, every act of elemental aggression has fed it, drop by drop, for centuries. And now it awakens, Queen Terra murmured, her voice like stones shifting. Because the balance is lost, added Prince Zephyr. The elements war when they should harmonize. As they spoke, tremors shook the chamber. From the well rose tendrils of oily darkness, reaching hungrily toward them, the world devourer, manifestation of their peoples, hatred and fear, testing its bonds. We must take the thrones, Arya instructed, and channel the power of your shards through mine. The crystal was never meant to be divided. The 4 rulers hesitated, centuries of mistrust hanging between them. How can we know this isn't a trap? Princess Lyra demanded, water droplets forming in the air around her agitated form. My ancestors recorded that it was the Druids who shattered the original crystal, seeking to control all elements. And mine believed it was the fire wielders who betrayed the covenant, countered Zephyr. As did mine, Queen Terra nodded. Kaelin looked to Arya, his expression troubled, and my line was taught that the Druids were slain because they sought to unleash this very entity. Arya closed her eyes as understanding washed over her. Don't you see? The Devourer itself planted these conflicting histories. Division serves its purpose. Discord feeds its strength. The chamber shuddered more violently. From the well, the darkness rose higher, forming a writhing pillar. We have no choice but to trust, Kaelin decided, moving toward the throne marked with the symbol of flame. One by one, the rulers took their ancestral seats. Arya stood at the center, beside the well, her crystal pendant now blazing with light. As each ruler placed their shard into their throne's receptacle, energy flowed toward Arya's pendant, completing the sundered whole. The completed crystal burned with blinding radiance. Arya raised it high, and for the first time in centuries, the 4 elements flowed in harmony. Fire, water, earth, and air, unified through the vessel born of all elements. The darkness shrieked, a sound of primal rage. It lunged for Arya, but the unified power of the crystal formed a barrier of pure elemental energy. The devourer recoiled, its formless mass contorting as the combined light of the crystal forced it back into its prison. As the entity retreated, the crystal's light suffused the chamber, flowing up through the root system of the great mother oak and outward to all the ancestral trees. Their song transformed from lamentation to triumph, spreading harmony throughout the land. When it was done, Arya lowered the now quiet crystal and faced the four rulers, who stared at her with newfound respect and understanding. "The world devourer is contained, but not destroyed," she told them. "It will always exist where discord dwells. Only through continued unity can we prevent its return." Prince Kaelin rose from his throne, his eyes reflecting the crystal's glow. "Then unity there shall be. Beginning today, the four realms will remember their common heritage." As they emerged from beneath the great mother oak, they found the forest transformed. The ancestral trees now sang a different melody, one of renewal and hope. And as the four rulers stood with Arya beneath the ancient canopy, their shadows merged into one upon the forest floor, just as their kingdoms would soon be reunited under the harmonious guidance of the elements, daughter and the guardians who had finally remembered their true purpose. In the days that followed, as balance returned to Moria, the ancestral trees continued their song, no longer a warning, but a lullaby for a world reborn through the power of unity.